Now we're cooking with grease. Bacon grease at that. Alright, Sean, good to know. Alright. Just had to interrupt me. Okay, as I was saying. So, restructuring the stream. So, what does that look like? We are going to move the commentary section to before gaming. So we're gonna go like this. We're gonna take the reading section and we're gonna go because I don't have enough lines and I don't want to make it smaller. What do you guys think about that? Like, the second line. Like, I want something like that, right? So we know we have, like, the viewer stories, because I'm reading your guys' work. Like, that's important. That's a really important part of the stream. Now it shows us 6 viewers too. Well, Sean, the thing with Twitch is that if you're watching multiple streams, you may only count as a viewer in one of those multiple streams. And I'm a person who has like 18 streams all up at the same time. So, like, if you don't have 18 streams all up at the same time, I'm like, what are you doing with your life? That's why I'm always astounded the number goes above 1. Because I'm like, okay, book buyer, the stream and my computer got so bored of what I was talking about, they cut me off. So, I have taken it as a personal, growth, like personal character growth journey to go back to the drawing board and restructure how the stream works and what I want out of the stream. And that just requires moving the commentary to an area that's an actual category listed in the topics now. And we're going to place it at the end of the stream at the gaming section. So, the thing is, consistency is key, and you guys are used to a certain setup in the stream. And over the last week, I have completely fucked with what your guys' expectations are of the stream. And that's my fault as the streamer. And this is a moment for me to go back to the drawing board, exactly, book, and say, what do my viewers watch me for? That's very important, right? You do need to have a connection with the audience. The problem is when you get audience captured and you're unwilling to move beyond what your audience wants, right? So there will always be, from now on, whenever there is something new and something transformative to the stream, I am going to place it at the end of the stream, not the beginning of the stream. Because usually when it's something like that, it's something I really, really, really want to do. So that's why I did it first, because I'm like, oh, I really want to do this. Yes, let's do this. But it's not jiving with the audience that I've built over the last couple of months. So, this is a failed experiment. I've gone back to the drawing board. We are now rearranging how things will work on the stream. It will now always be reacts first. It will always be viewer stories afterwards. Then it will be writing. And this will usually happen in increments of an hour. We'll try to keep it within an hour. Same with reacts. If we have to just cut back what we're going to say, we're just going to keep it to it. Try to keep it within an hour. So, PSA, restructuring stream, each one of those will take up about an hour. The writing section, however, will always be as long as it needs to be. So we'll try to keep the reacts to an hour. Everything else is up in the air. But we will always do the writing section. Or the viewer stories. But some way of combining like that category together in like an elegant way, other than just viewer stories, editing, whatever. Or I could just say like reading stories / writing stories. And then have a topic that it was on, right? And same with like have commentary and then like whatever it's on. So we'll come back to the drawing board with that. But let's say we're just starting from scratch now. So here we go. We are doing the React section. Let's get it the fuck over with and move on.
You're at the stage in your book when you are ready to edit. But the skills of an editor are different than that of a writer. And even if you're a very good writer, sometimes you cannot be that great of an editor. Now, maybe you're considering hiring someone to edit, and that's fine. But even so, you still need to self-edit it before you send it out to them. Here are 12 strategies that you should use when editing your manuscript. I think it will definitely level up your editing skills. 1. The text transplant. I'm honestly surprised.
It never stays on screen long enough. I had to like... This is like a parry mechanic in fucking, Expedition 33. I gotta get the fucking space bar at the right time. Or the double click, because I'm always clicked on an alt-tab. So, the text... And I'm pretty sure I do this, guys, where I'm like, nah, actually, this should go there, that should go there, that should go there, and that should go there. You're not changing what the actual sentences are, you're just changing the order of the sentences in the paragraph, or you're changing entire paragraph orders, right? And I already do this, so we pass number 1.
I'm honestly surprised that more writers don't use this technique. I don't know whether it's because no one's ever taught
all
it to
the
them,
time.
But it's
if
one
it's
of
what
the
I
best
think it
techniques that I've
is,
ever found.
if it's
So
what I
here's what
think
you
it
do.
is,
You pick a particular element that you want to work on revision for. Maybe it's chapter titles, maybe it's metaphors and similes, maybe it's dialogue from one particular.
Okay, I'm pretty sure I do this, but let's see what he says. Like, I mean, what we're doing right now is basically this, right? Like, watching a specific video about a specific topic in order to learn more about that.
And what you do is you
topic.
open up a new file, Word file, Google Docs, whatever, and you take all those elements from your book and put it into this new file. Now, when you look at them in the harsh, cold light of this new file, where it's not surrounded by all...
Oh, okay, it's completely different than what I thought. I see what he means. It's taking all... Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I'm thinking on a more, like, individual line, transplanting this to there. He's talking about looking specifically at every single, like, small element, right? It's like taking a character and everything to do with that character like, actions. And it's like, let's see what this character actually does in the book without everything else around it. Right? And that's an editing thing that we have not gotten to, but it's something that was always in the back of my mind. Right? Of being like, at some point in time, this is a good way to view this, like, how can I change specifically something And to me, I think it is something specifically related to a character. How do I make this character feel continuous, right? Put all that character's actions and dialogue down and say, does this resonate with each other? Like, is this action a contradiction? And if it is a contradiction, why are they doing it? Or is it just a mistake and it needs to be fixed? So let's say taking all of the elements of one aspect. Terrible
the other
wording,
text in
but
your
it is
novel,
what
you're
it
going to
is.
be able to see it in a new light, which means you're going to be able to see all its flaws, right? You're going to look at all your metaphors and similes and be like, you know, that's kind of a cliche, or that one's not as good as I thought it was. On the other hand, the ones that really stand out for you, you're like, man, I am a genius. I'm going to keep that in the book for sure. What this isolation does is it really helps you see these elements of the story without the scaffolding and buttressing of all the rest of your novel, so you can evaluate them more clearly. And yes, when you do this, the goal is either to change maybe the chapter titles that aren't working so well, or the chapter titles that don't match your other chapter titles, or if you're looking at dialogue from one particular character, what are the lines of dialogue that they say that don't sound like them, or they sound sort of neutral, like anybody could have said them? How do you revise those lines of dialogue so it really sounds like they are the only one that could have possibly said this line of dialogue? 2, the sensory scan. So sometimes a certain sense can fall out of your book. For instance, the sense of he could have said them. How do you revise those lines of dialogue so it really sounds like they are the only one that could have possibly said this line of dialogue?
I'm bad at parries, guys.
The
sensory scan. Now, I'm guessing this is just like you said. This is like what I do with, like, what are the senses and the things. And that's actually one of the edits we have to go through, is because we totally forgot about the food. Like, we did the K-pop thing. We totally forgot about the food, right? Like, they're supposed to be eating, like, Korean barbecue and, like a couple other things. Like, just to show how, like, fancy the place is and stuff like that. Like, we've got the smell of the cigar and the perfume at the beginning, right? And we've got, like, the sound of K-pop, the sound of the engine, right? The sound of laughter. But we don't have taste, smell for the upstairs. We have for the downstairs, we don't have the upstairs, right? Or do we, actually? Well, it says body odors. Actually, maybe we do have smell. Now that I'm thinking about it, because we've got, like, the body odors, which, like, implies, like, sex smells, right? Basically. But, yeah, so going through and figuring out what senses you need.
Sensory scan. So sometimes a certain sense can fall out of your book. For instance, the sense of sound or the sense of taste. What you want to do is comb through a chapter looking for situations where you use one of the 5 senses, and then mark somewhere like, okay, what senses did I use in this chapter? Did I use any smells? Did I use any taste? Did I use the sense of touch or of sight or of sound? If you find a chapter is relatively low in all of the senses, well, then you have a project now, don't you?
Yep.
Like, get to work, put some senses in there, revise your book so they can smell your book and taste your book and really immerse themselves in the world of your book. On the other hand, you might have a chapter that does really well with the senses, but then there's just one sense that you never do. Maybe in that chapter, or maybe in the entire book. Maybe your book doesn't have any smells in it. Okay, well then it's time for an entire novel long project where you go through looking for what would be the scent in this scene. What would this character smell on another character? What could be a whiff of perfume that they get while walking down the street? Or what could be the smell of trash in an alleyway? What
hey guys, I think that guy farted, man.
Fill in all the gaps in
it
your book where the
reeks in
senses
here.
might
The
have dropped
fuck?
out. And what this will do is it will help make sure that the reader is fully engaged in the world of your book on every page. Self-editing strategy number 3.
I caught it! The scissor shuffle. Oh shit, did I not even write that down? No, I did. This one's the wrong number. I don't know why, but it is. Okay, there we go. Oh, this thing crashed. Hold on a second. Fuck's sakes. Okay, fixed it. Okay, perfect. Scissor shuffle. Number 3. Scissor shuffle. Is this where you, like, move things around?
Scissor shuffle. What I want you to do is to print out a couple chapters of your book, maybe make it small font or something so you're not wasting too much paper. And now what you should do is you should take scissors and you should cut it apart based on sections, right? Based on scenes or based on, you know, a paragraph is sort of a standalone paragraph, but cut it apart according to sort of naturally divided sections. And then what I want you to do is I want you to start to switch it up chronologically. And here's a pro tip here, write like a shorthand name on the top of each section, like what happens in that section, just so you can see really easily so you're not always like reading the whole section. It's a pro tip. Your goal in this is to see sequences that are not based in chronology. Sometimes slavishly, we just write books chronologically. Well, this happened, and then this happened according to the clock. Next, this happened. I mean, is it wrong? No. Does it work? Yes. Are there other ways to tell stories? Absolutely. Sometimes a scene...
My problem with that is the entire book is supposed to be in first person from the main character. But that still doesn't mean you can't fuck with time. You just have to make sure there's indicators when you're fucking with time. But I don't want to do, like, flashbacks kind of stuff, right? So this is an interesting thing to take into concept, because I've thought about it, but it's like, how do you actually do it? And I haven't come up with an answer. Like, you can do it, but I'm like, does that just make it super confusing? Right? But then there's like, you just tie it to certain events, right? Like certain characters, certain weapons and armor, right? Like, start describing one scene with the character wearing, like, I don't know, really crappy armor, and then the next scene they're wearing really cool armor. I don't know. But just some sort of, but tie it to something that makes it seem like you can tell that it's a different time. Right? That's an interesting, and it's like, I'm trying to think of non-chronological chapters, and I don't know if that would work. But like non-time chronicle events inside of a single chapter. It's an interesting concept. I don't know. I'll have to think about it more. It's not something I can solve easily because of first person, right? If you're jumping from different perspectives, you can jump from different time. But if you're jumping from the same person, how do you do that? That should be like a specific thing. So it's like, I guess, shuffle the chronology of a section of the chapter / book / story. Brackets. Look for examples of this done potently in first person perspective. There. That'll give me a little note for it that I can go back to. Oh, that's another thing I was thinking. I think I'm going to create, hold on, a Discord channel. I just thought about this, so let's do it. Just so it's there already. MC is fuming due to an event, but the day had started so well. Flashback to how great the day started, then show the event that ruined their mood. Okay, let's take... Sean, we have to, right now, we have to. Let's take a real example of this. Where is it? Here. Okay. We have this. And we have this. So what if this, the prologue, which is the first sentence of the book, is the best is yet to come. I.e., like, the character is looking forward to the future, right? And we're trying to completely change his mood. So what if, instead of this being the start, I just like it being the start, but anyways, let's just take a step back and let's chronologize this. And let me know if you think this is a better structure than what this is. So the prologue is the events that take place an hour and a half before the first chapter. This is just the characters meeting up and kind of showing how good the day is and why the first line is the best is yet to come. What if we start with the end? And we start with the light of day peeked through as the grand doors to the dungeon opened, revealing whatever the terrain is. Torg gasped for air as he fell. And this will be the scene that, like, it's actually in first person, right? Watching through a camera, but you don't know that yet. He saw a figure in the distance and tried to call out, but couldn't. My poor child, the deeds you've done this day will echo in eternity. A voice of rasping hate, sounding as thunder meant to crush you beneath its heel. The figure came into view, a dark smile on its face, as it unsheathed its sword and slowly drove it into Torg's neck. This is gonna actually be hard. No, maybe it actually isn't. No. Because there's two options. We do neck, and we have the monarch immediately cut Zaid's head off. But we need him to kind of show that he's been tortured. So we don't want to cut his head off. But outside of the tree, you can die through being stabbed through the heart. So he's going to get stabbed through the heart. Shh, go to sleep. That's the prologue. And then it starts with them just chilling, doing their thing. Then he goes to the office. And when we get to Fafnir... Oh, we went way too far up. Where's Fafnir? Oh. Something went wrong here. Where's Fafnir? Okay. And then this is how it would end, right? He was running at top speed before he even had the chance to blink. Pure adrenaline and realization struck him like a hammer. He was roaching out so fast he didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The doors felt that they took an eternity to close. The heat and light of the fire scorched his face as the doors closed and the elevator began to ascend. And at that point, now this is the question I have here, Sean, is at that point, with the knowledge that you have now, would you know that this event took place without it being there? Because it was in the prologue. So then it just goes to Husai's reaction. But I'm worried that it'd be very confusing that he's staring at himself in the comm pearl. And you know he's looking at the comm pearl, and you know this entire recording was on the comm pearl. So, and you know that Torg died in the first prologue. So it's like, do I, for instance, do a summary of this? Do I put this back in the chapter? Do I just eliminate this and infer it? Like, how would I go about making that restructure that sounds good on paper actually fit in without it being super confusing, right? Because we already know this is Torg's adventure, right? And we know no one leaves the 100 Years quest. That no one's finished it. Maybe that should come up in conversation at the beginning. Oh, that's perfect. Yeah, just the lines. It would be just the lines. And we're going to repeat this again and again, right? Shh, go to sleep. And then, okay, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. This is true application of what we're learning. And when you can put it into an example and actually use it, that's when you've actually, like, ingrained it into your mind, right? And then all of this would actually be still part of the first chapter. And it would be... Or I could just straight up get rid of this. I could just dip this entire thing and just start. Wait, did I not? Oh, you're right. I didn't. Yeah, no, you no, it's... Wait. You're right, I didn't. I was supposed to. I don't know why I didn't. It's because I moved it before I did the copy-paste, wasn't it? Then go to sleep. And then we're just going to keep this here, but we're going to go like this so we know it's sectioned off, and the next thing just starts with go to sleep. And it ends with that. See? Boom. You're right. This hook, this is fucking good. And it's like this line is so important to the book. It's so important. That's the identifier. So this is so good that it's in the prologue. This... I'm just thinking out loud here. What if you put, like, I feel like this would just be so good for the synopsis on the back of the book, though. As well. as the prologue. I don't know. I always wanted to put the end of the story on the prologue, or like the death of Zaid, because like in the Heartstone series, it's like the death of a good friend, and I'm like reading the book, the entire book, waiting for this friend to die, because it's like I'm pretty sure I know who the person who's gonna die is, and then he dies at like 3/4 of the way through the book, and then shit starts hitting the fan. But they spend so much time setting up the connection between the characters and showing how morally different they are, that when the chance finally came, it's like it basically broke the character, and you know, shit happened. Basically, it was the dilemma of one character. They were given the choice of like returning something or like basically stealing it, something that was like left behind, and it was alcohol. And one of them chooses to give it back, and one of them chooses to steal it. And then they get drunk, and he winds up assaulting like their other friend who was a chick, and then he jumps off of basically like a building into a water, and yeah, has a bad landing and winds up dying like 2 days later. But on his deathbed, he basically confesses to his father that he wasn't the one who did it. It was his buddy. His buddy did the thing. And his buddy tried to fight him and pushed him off of the tower, and he was just trying to defend his buddy's morality, and then he dies. And then it's like the whole point, he gets exiled because it's like, well, the king's son basically said that you were the one who did it, and it was on his deathbed. So you're trying to tell me that my son's deathbed confession is a fucking lie? Fuck you, and kicks him out of the city. And then the real story starts. But it's like a 3-book series, so it's understandable. But building something up like that, a connection like that, and I want to do that vicariously, right? By showing the Viceroy and using the Viceroy as the vehicle to vicariously get to know Zaid. Because the Viceroy is going to have those childish, naive-ish, like, tendencies that Husai is going to be continuously comparing him to. Right? Anyways, that is a way in which now we have an example of using that to change the structure of things. And it's presenting a scene as if it's not in first person, because it's a character looking at something, right? Like watching something, like a comm sphere. So we could use that a lot as a different trope in order to enable that. It's a video recording, right? And then just fuck up the different interfaces with it.
Which is halfway through your book, you got to take it and put it at the beginning and say, I wonder what my book would feel like if I started with this scene.
What happens
cutting the scenes apart onto different sheets of paper is just a very physical and tactile way of playing with the order of
I can
story.
do that in
now,
my
if
mind,
you do
though.
this exercise right, what you're going to find out is some sections that you thought were good seem to be less essential than you thought they were. Okay,
very
great.
important.
Maybe you should delete those. I think
The prologue. Do we even need the prologue? I don't know. Maybe the prologue is Husai seeing the comm sphere, and then chapter 1 is just the entirety of the video.
I think you might also find that certain sections are not as exciting. You're reading over it and you're like, I don't really know where to put this in the sequence. It's like necessary, but not like super necessary. It's more of like a connective tissue scene. That also might be something you're like, okay, instead of putting this in another place because it doesn't seem to fit anywhere, what if I just drop it? Can I fit that information into a different scene somewhere else? Well, there's no sense in having 2 scenes if I can make one scene do the work of 2 scenes. I almost named this section the Tarantino exercise because if you've watched a number of Quentin Tarantino films, he often tells the story out of order. And
yeah, I use Tarantino as an example for my stories. Like he is so good at having that one scene. It's the one-liner that completely changes the perspective of everything and sets up the events, right? Like my favorite one is The Hateful Eight. The scene at the end setting up the dude being underneath the floorboards the entire fucking time, and the actuality of events that happened. Like, that is prime cinema. You left out the most important scene because it was the scene that showed everything happen. So why would you show that at the beginning and ruin the suspense of the entire show? Because now everyone knows what happened and what's waiting. This way, no one has any idea. You know something's off, but you don't know what.
And he makes it work marvelously well. So just remember that the first thing, it's designed to grab attention and build curiosity, even if that section doesn't start the book chronologically. And the things toward the end, toward the climax, are the most important events in your story, even if they happened first or in the middle of your story. Number 4, the first and last. What I want you to do is to look at the first paragraph and last paragraph of every chapter. These are very crucial points, right? This is when the reader decides whether they're interested in this book still. The end of a chapter is when the reader decides, am I going to keep reading? Am I still interested? The beginning of the chapter is when a reader decides, am I interested still in this book? Do I really want?
And that's why I try to have like some sort of hook at the end of every chapter that leads into the next chapter, that you learn some sort of information. There's something that you learn that propels the story within the last couple of paragraphs of the chapter. And that's how I'm like, I want to structure it so it's like, you once you pick, like, it's gonna, my book is gonna be banned because it's gonna cause people to die, because it's so good that people, once they pick it up, they can't put it down. And then people learn that you just can't finish a chapter. You have to stop reading like 3/4 of the way through the chapter, where whatever was in the last chapter has been like dealt with, but it hasn't presented the new thing for the end of the chapter.
Want to read the rest of this chapter. So these are really crucial moments. What you should do in revision is take an extra eyeball to them and just scrutinize them and say, does this do the work that I want it to do? Now, one strategy is to go back to the first strategy of the text transplant and take out all the beginnings of each chapter and all the endings of each chapter and look at them in isolation and see, okay, does this work as a chapter opening? Like, does it grip the reader? Does it make it interesting to read this story? And for the chapter endings, ask yourself, what about this makes the reader want to continue to turn the page to the next chapter? If you can get the first and last part of each chapter right, I mean, that is so much of the work of the writer. Even if the middle sort of is a little bit muddled, man, you rescue it by the end of the chapter, you're gonna get the reader through your book. Now, since you're at the editing stage for your book, you might be close to publishing your book. And so I would want to tell you to check out Print Nation. They're a great resource to help you print your book. And I suggest them because I've been really disappointed with Amazon over the years, with messing up the color of my cover, with messing up the alignment of my color, and in general with the printing quality of KDP is not impressive. So if you want a higher quality for your book, check out.
See, I'm more interested. I'm not interested in physical copies.
Is foil detailing. What is foil detailing anyway? It's basically the raised element on a cover that you can feel with your fingers. For example, on Susanna Clark's Piranesi novel, if you rub your finger across this section, you can literally feel the ridges, which is really cool. Something else they can do is glossy interior pages. If you're publishing a children's book or a cookbook or an art book or a coffee table book, you want those images to be very high quality. When you're ready to publish your book, visit Print Nation. The link is in the description below. The fifth strategy to level up your editorial skills.
The Godfather story.
Is the Godfather story. So most books are written standing on the framework of previous books. This is just an obvious truth, right? We're not reinventing the wheel every
Whoops. Wasn't clicked on the right one.
single time we write a book. We're looking at previous books and stealing their structure or their framework. So when you write a book, I think it's very helpful to have a type of Godfather story. A story that inspires you, a story that's similar to your story in some way, that you can use their structure or other things and use it to inform how you're writing your own book. And if you don't have a model, well, you could be in trouble, right? You're trying to reinvent the wheel and you're not learning from what's already been made. Now, how does this help with editing? What you need to do do is you need to look at this book, look at the grandfather book, look at this book that serves as inspiration, and ask yourself, well, it doesn't have this type of scene. Do I need that type of scene in my book? What it does is it teaches you what is necessary and what is unnecessary, so that way you can go back to your book and delete some scenes, or perhaps realize that, oh, there's a really
I wish I knew where that was coming from.
add that this other book has. I need to recreate that in my own book. If you don't have a Godfather story to sort of refer to, then you're kind of operating in a vacuum. Like you're...
I mean, I don't have one as a written piece, right? But I have multiple examples of very, very, very heavily story-driven games. And again, Expedition 33 is another great example. Like, let's recap what we did in Expedition 33. We went to the mainland. We found the Jestrels. We went to Esquier. We killed one Axon. We killed another Axon. We fought the Paintress. We fought Renoir. We fought Virgo. Or Verso. End. Chose to stay inside the painting. That's like 9 different things that happen, and the storyline, like, I've played like 40 hours. Those 9 events took 40 hours. Like, I was actually surprised that the game was, like, over, because there really wasn't... Like, there's more end game and stuff like that, right? Like, I'm only level fucking 45. Like, there's so much more. Apparently, like, you can leave the canvas. There's other shit. Like, I've just done the main story, right? So... but having those examples to pull from of how to build a world that feels real with the least amount of exposition in it is, you know, and like the painting, like how the one phrase in Expedition 33 that explains the world is the painting. The one phrase that explains my world is the fall of the moon. Because the fall of the moon created this era. Because this era, it revolves around the crystalline tree, and the crystalline tree is the essence unleashed after the moon cracked. So without the fall of the moon, you wouldn't have the crystalline tree, which is the foundation of the book.
You're operating on your instincts, and a lot of the time your instincts are right. Some of the time your instincts need a little help. So the things you can look for in a Godfather book are things like, how do they end the book? Count the number of characters in your Godfather story, and then count the number of characters in your book. Literally count them. And then see whether there's a wide divergence. Count the number of scenes they have in a chapter, or the number of chapters they have overall. It doesn't have to be a hard and fast rule, but at least it gives you a baseline idea of, here's how that book is constructed. It was successful. I like it. Okay, maybe I'll construct my book in the same way. 6th strategy is the blank page. Sometimes I find that when I'm wrestling with a particularly difficult section, maybe it's a paragraph or maybe it's a page, I've edited again and again, I just can't make it work. Sometimes the best thing to do is not to continue to edit it. Sometimes the best thing to do is to open up a completely new blank file, read it once, get in your brain what it was trying to communicate, and then write it from scratch. Don't use a single phrase you used before. Sometimes you discover something new that was missing in the scene, you're like, oh, that little tweak helps this whole scene work so much better.
True.
Sometimes you make it more concise, sometimes you expand it. But the trouble is when editing is we're too tied to what has come before, right? Sometimes the solution is not to continue to tinker with it and try to revise and fix it. Sometimes the solution is to jump into completely new territory and just write it again from scratch. 7th revision strategy is the word cloud. So there are all sorts of word cloud websites out there that will will allow you to upload a file, and it will give you a visual representation of some of the most common words that you use. I find this is really helpful because sometimes I don't know that I've used a word a bunch, and then it will appear in the word cloud as being like ridiculously large, and I'm like, really? That's one of my most frequently used words? Now, there's going to be some unhelpful stuff like and or the, like you're like, okay, that doesn't help me at all. Of course I'm going to use that word a lot. But sometimes you find a word that's really empty that surprises you. For instance, I hate the word something. I think it's an empty calorie of a word. It very rarely contributes to the meaning of any sort of scene. It's just that filler that we put in as we're writing because we don't know what else to say. So if you find sort of empty calorie words like that in your fiction, man, a word cloud can reveal that to you, and then you can go ahead and cut as many of those as possible from your manuscript. A strategy for self-editing is snow blindness. So if you've ever been skiing or snowboarding without sunglasses for a day, you know that snow blindness is a real thing. The sun is reflecting off that ice and snow, and by the end of the day, it's hard to see. Your retinas are literally being burned. You can get snow blindness as a writer. You have looked at the manuscript for so long, you can't see things which should be obvious. Unfortunately, there are no sunglasses for this type of thing, right? But
that's why you take a step back.
So my tip to reduce snow blindness is to do these 4 things. 1, change the margins. Simply the act of changing where lines break and where lines start can rejigger your brain to help you see things in a...
You know what's funny is that's literally the reason why I do this. Because when I maximize it and I actually read it, it's in a completely different format than it is when I'm writing it. And this gives me more, like, direction. I can only see a certain amount on a single line, right? So it gives me an easier see of what's there. And then I always have a reference on the other side that I can look to be like, okay, am I meeting the criteria that's on this side? So I love it when I do those kinds of things.
New light. Second thing, change the font. Change it to anything. I mean, it should still be readable for you, but changing it will just help you see the words afresh.
One of the things that, this is a tip, Sean, if you're here, and you don't know this tip. Nerdarine explained this tip to me. He uses a... Let's just take this. He uses an extremely hard to read font. I don't know what any of these are, so I'm just going to go into Google Docs because that'll actually show me like what it is, right? Font. Do I have to right click here? I don't know how to use this. Format? Fuck me. I mean, I guess the main one is this. This is the one that I use like 90% of the time. If you're looking to see what it is. Bukhari or maybe this one, like Hangyabali. But you see how it's like, okay, so the philosophy behind it is because it's super hard to read, it makes you focus on that single word. So, Apricotus. Let's just change this font. Welcome, welcome, GPB, to Apricotus. If that's on here. Which, of course, it's probably not. Sean, do you know how to change font in Google Docs? I'm just gonna randomly. One of these has to be like hard to read. Nope, never used it. Alright. This one doesn't even show me anything. Oh, because it's stationed out like that. I don't think there's anything like crazy on here. That might be a problem. Oh, there we go! Okay. Sego script. Okay. So when you're trying to read it, right, you have to actually pay attention to each letter and read each word. And what this does is this prevents you from glossing over things. Because you have to actually focus on the word in order to get to the next word. You can't just be like, oh yeah, the grand doors in the dungeon open, and everything just kind of blurs together, right? You gotta actually look at it and be like, okay, Tor grasps for air as he fell to his face. Well, how do you fell to his face? That's kind of a weird way to say something, right? As soon as he cleared the door. I should say fell on his face. It's probably just me being weird with sentence structure and word use. But do you get the idea, Sean, where it's like the harder it is for you to read the word, the more time you spend on that word. It's a great font for scrolls that the MC is reading in some vault, only showing the important part that the MC focused on. Oh, I just mean this specifically for editing. Like when you're editing something, change to a font like this, and that forces you to read each specific word. But yeah, this is definitely that handwritten, like epic kind of nice looking font, right? But yeah, and I thought that was like a very helpful idea if you ever get to that point of, oh, which one were you on? Nope. Nope. We were on Calibri, weren't we? I don't know. Does a dyslexic font actually help reading? What do you mean dyslexic font? I don't... Wait, was there something in here that's called dyslexic font? I was gonna say. That would be fucking hilarious. I don't know which one we were on. I don't know how about that program, but I've seen a dyslexic font on several programs and was curious if it helps in real life. I'm not actually sure, Sean. But I don't remember. This doesn't look like what it was. That doesn't look like what it was. I know it was a C. I thought it was Corbel or Carrier New. No, it's definitely not that. Oh my god, I've changed it so much, I don't remember what the original was. This all looks so weird to me. I'm just going with Calibri. But this looks so weird. This is not the font that it was before, and it's freaking me out. I don't even care. I'm going back in the VOD. This is, like, sketching me the fuck out. What the goddamn fuck font was it? Whoops. How did I fuck this up so bad? Consolas. I don't know about the Consoles. Font. Consoles. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, no, that's it. That's it. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's definitely it. Okay, Consoles. I knew it started with a C. Is Open Sans an option because it's supposed to be good for dyslexic readers, as in Lexend? I mean, I guess I could try it. Okay. I don't see an Open Sans in here. I just don't like change. Okay. Back to the video.
In a new light. Another thing you can do if you don't want to change the font is to change the font size. Sometimes making it 1 point bigger or 2 points bigger can just make you see a sentence in a...
Well, and I specifically asked if there was a dyslexic font in Google Docs. Well, maybe if it's probably in Google Docs. Here, let's see. So let's go to the actual chapter. Let's go to tools. Oh wait, it's right here. I'm an idiot. Comic Sans. Does that look easier to you? Thought you were dyslexic, which is why I was asking. Oh, I'm not, like, actually dyslexic. I'm just retarded and I don't read things. Like, yeah, my eyes play tricks on me sometimes, but in general, no, it's not for any dyslexic reason. It's because I'm retarded and I just read too fast. It's not a wasted effort, Sean. Now you know. You clarified information. Clarifying information is extremely important.
It feels fresh and new in a way. And then lastly, change the line margins. If you've been single space, change to double space or triple space. It will literally make you feel like you're reading a new book. Particularly if you do all 4 of these things. You're gonna be like, did I even write this? It feels so different. That, my friends, means you have snow blindness. Now, there's one other thing to do to reduce snow blindness, and that is to just shove it in a drawer. Let it sit for a while. Don't look at it for a while.
Yep.
When you come back to it, it will feel fresh and more.
We haven't done anything with chapter 1 since we wrote it in October. We did a first edit draft in February. So by the time we touch it again, it'll probably be January again.
Or original. For example, there was this one time I wrote a story and I had forgotten that I wrote it. And so I discovered it on my computer and I started to read it and I'm like,
double space is what my teacher required, but that was for grading purposes. He'd put his notations in the empty spaces. That makes sense.
I don't remember writing this. And so I was excited to read the rest of it because it felt new to me. Like I had completely removed my snow blindness. I was eager to find out what the ending was. And then I got to the ending and I'm like, dang, John, you're good. Like, that was a fantastic ending. Good job, you. It was one of the most rewarding experiences I've ever had as a writer, reading my own work and just not remembering it. Now, obviously, there are limits to how much you can reduce snow blindness most of the time if you don't have a bad memory like me. And if you do need an extra set of eyes, remember, we do have a copy editor at BookFox. She is absolutely amazing, and she will see all the stuff that your eyes pass over. I'll put a link to that in the description below too. Strategy number 9 is the proxy polish.
The proxy polish. All right, what's this?
Sometimes we spend so much time editing our own manuscript that we get that snow blindness, right? Sometimes the right step in that point is not to put it away, but instead edit someone else. Because when you edit someone else, their mistakes seem so clear to you, right? You're like, oh, missing word here, or this sentence doesn't make sense. And you
I mean, I'm not editing your guys' work, but I am reading it, and I am looking for those errors in it, right? To point them out to you. So it's like I'm giving my feedback on it, but I'm not really editing it, right? But still, in that aspect, I am approaching the idea of like the proxy polish, and you know, sitting down, which helps us, but knowing it helps you secondhand is great. Yeah, and maybe, I mean, if you want me to go through and see if, like, you know, like, maybe what we could do, because it's funny, because Eggy did this for me, like, let's look at the Discord. Let's see when he posted it in the Discord, and I still haven't read it. So he like, rewrote this for my first chapter, for, like, the entrance of the characters into the Grand Chamber, and I still haven't read it. I feel like a piece of shit. Oh, wait, we were looking at the date. When was it? May 1st. It's been an entire month. Guys, I think I need to read it. Maybe I should do that tomorrow. I posted this on Twitter, and then I got shadow banned. Wait. What? That's fucked up. You retweeted Elon. How does he know he's shadow banned? That's fucking funny, though.
feel like a genius when you're reading someone else's work. You're like, man, I can see this so clearly. But what editing someone else's work does is it really gives you perspective. And when you're critiquing someone else, you get better at critiquing yourself. The more you can identify certain patterns, like this type of ending doesn't really work, or when you portray a character.
New Twitch handle, shadow banned. Doesn't shadow ban mean like if you type in the person's name? Hold on. Doesn't it mean if you type in the person's name, like it won't show up in the search function? So, let's test this. Oh, I'd have to go into incognito. How do I do new incognito window? Twitter. Wait. Do you have to sign in? Do you have... Oh, that's... Okay, well, then I just can't tell. I guess you have to sign into Twitter in order to look at it. Because I was going to do it in incognito mode to see if he was shadow banned. I've never used incognito, so I can't answer that. Just, it's because we follow each other, so that's probably the reason he shows up. If he was shadow banned and I was on incognito, and I typed in his name, it wouldn't show up in the search function. That's basically what shadow banning means. It also won't promote your stuff and share it, like how it would naturally with the algorithm. It's like you get degraded. Where it's like, I'm not a blue check mark, so my shit is like fucked because I'm not paying for Twitter, because fuck, that's stupid. Why would I pay to win? I don't give a fuck. It's like, if I paid $3 a month for that, and somehow that, like, increased my audience, I would just shake my head and be like, man, that is some fat ass fucking bullshit. It's not even free to play. You're literally told that you're playing, but you're like not on a server with other people. It's like all the other people in the game are bots. You're not even, I mean, that's, to be fair, that's pretty much how it is. Why do you think I have 2,100 followers? I probably have 2,001 or 2,098 bot followers. And then it's probably like the 2 people in the stream that use Twitter that follow me. That's pretty much what I would assume.
Character in this way, readers aren't going to enjoy that. The more you can take those lessons and apply them to your own fiction, it helps you to see your own work better. I mean, I've just seen this in my own life, right? I have edited hundreds of novels, hundreds, and I take all the stuff I tell other people and then I tell it to this guy when I'm writing a book. And
True.
like, what would I say if this is someone else's book? I would say this. Oh, well then I better follow my own advice, shouldn't I? The 10th strategy is the first look. I find
First look.
that often when we're editing our manuscript, we start every single day at chapter number 1. So chapter number 1 gets an inordinate amount.
I changed my question. I asked what is considered the easiest font to read on Google Docs, and it came up with sans serif. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but that's what the result said. Let's see. Uh-oh. I just literally deleted it. How do I undo? Control Z. Okay. Thanks, Beezus! Welcome to the stream, Beezus! Wait, what? Sans serif. I don't see sans serif. Get to say save us Beezus, and he did. I don't see it here. So I don't know what it's saying. That font doesn't exist. Or at least... Oh, more fonts. Oh, here we go. I spelt it right. I don't even see it. Lies on Google. Be right back. Gotta get the wife in bed. Alright, no worries, Sean. Yeah. I don't know. Interesting concept, though. The first
of attention, like you have just carefully crafted every single phrase and sentence and you think it's absolutely perfect. But you know, poor chapter 17, you've edited that guy once, twice, it hasn't gotten the same level of attention. So what I want you to do is when you start your workday, don't start at chapter 1, start at chapter 17 or whatever.
Yeah, that's another thing I'm good at doing is like making sure that I don't go back to the beginning until I've gone through the entire work. So everything basically gets the same amount of look over. Basically, because like, you know, I'll spend certain amount of time on a certain section, right? So some sections get more time because of the time invested in that section. But overall, everything should be in that equivalent.
Ever is the ill-begotten redheaded stepchild that you have ignored so far in your novel. I think if you can start your editing day fresh and just tackle that piece later on in the book, you'll have a much better sense of what to delete and what to cut and what to change. Number 11, the adverb auction. This is a little tweak, but it's so very helpful. Just look at all of the adjectives you have on a page, and a lot of them end in ly, but not all of them, right? Anything that modifies a verb is an adverb. So comb through your manuscript looking for adverbs and just ask yourself, okay, which one of these can I sell? Which one can I get rid of? I think you'll often find that the meaning of a sentence is often just as powerful if you cut that adverb as if you keep it. And what adverbs often are doing is they're trying to like hold the reader by the hand and guide them through something you think is too complex for them. But you need to treat the reader as though they're smart. Because guess what? Your readers are smart. They're gonna get it, right? They're gonna get it from the overall context of what the emotion is that speaker is speaking with. You don't need to say, she said angrily, because the dialogue is obviously angry. So treat the reader like they're smart, cut as many adverbs as you can, and what remains will be stronger. 12, the read aloud. Most of the time when someone tells you to read your work aloud, they're telling you to look at the small things, right? To look for a missing word or a misspelling or something that just sounds off. That's good advice. Yes, do that. What I'm telling you here is something a little bit different. I want you to read aloud, looking for big picture stuff. When do you get bored when reading out loud? That might signal that the pacing is off in this certain section, or you should end the chapter a little bit sooner. Where are there too many words with not enough plot progression? Or you find yourself as you're reading out loud, you're thinking, when's the next thing going to happen? Well, that's a sign that some revision needs to happen there. In other points, you just might find like, oh, this section, it doesn't have, maybe there's no tension between the characters here. And as I'm reading, I'm feeling like, this is kind of a wishy-washy scene. It's not really working. Okay, once again, that's great information. Use reading out loud as a developmental editing tool and not just a copy editing or line editing tool. It can do both. I'm just saying I don't often hear about it being used as a developmental, so I want to encourage you to make sure that you know that it can do that too. All right, I hope you really enjoyed all those ways to become a better self-editor. And just as a reminder,
we got a lot of notes for this one, guys. We can get rid of those. Bring up this. Do this. Where is it? Save as. Need some editing strategies. Where did I put this? There we go. Bring that back. We need the plot. And we need the story. All right. Chapter 13. Are you guys ready for this? Take a toke and then we'll get into it. Actually, I need a drink first, so I'll be right back. And then we'll get into it. Alright. You'd think maybe one day I'll use my be right back screen, but I mean, at this point, I just gotta make sure you're staring at the portrait. And she's staring back at you, because I changed which one you guys can see. It's the, yeah. The one with her butt out. Yeah. Perfect one. All right. Scoozy. Okay. The next morning. Jenna, I'm uneasy about the pack that tried to capture your group on its way here. I think you, Lysra, and I should journey to the location those filth had come from. Maybe you could encourage a few to chase you, as we can remove them before they notice me. I think with how many we killed, it's only a matter of time before they attempt to gain support to find out why they lost that many. Jenna, somewhat grim, replied, My queen, isn't it too great a risk? So soon after the idiots made a fuss. Marta is amazed, but can we truly leave her... Is amazing, but can we truly leave her right now? That group came from over 3 days' journey from here. I nodded. I share your concern, but we can't risk discovery here just yet. We need to clear that settlement and remove another headman. Save all our people, and the lizard women and their eggs, while making it look like a disaster. In 2 days after we leave, a group can travel to the midway point and bring supplies. In the meantime, the construction project will continue. Disciplinary risks are far less than altering the entire lizardman force. Alerting the entire lizardman force of our presence. Marta nodded firmly. I can handle it. There are some good people to help me, and besides, the assault forces are going to patrol, so I only need to focus on the defense of the castle and its denizens. It'll be fine, or we'll fix it when you return. I swear, my queen, I won't fail you without a fight. Jenna bowed. I'll prepare for our trip, and bring a bronze mace, too. I won't look so odd when I'm running away from them. She departed. My love, what can I do on this trip aside from slowing you down? I hugged her. You are most important, even if it weren't for our bond. I'd still need you there. The lizard women of that settlement need one of their own to reassure them that their eggs will be safe, as they themselves will. We must be able to depart quickly while disguising our members, so anyone following won't realize what happened, until it's too late for them to escape us. I kissed her, and we went to prepare our own equipment. Lysra had taken to wearing a loose robe to keep the heat of the day longer than would otherwise be possible. We packed our satchels with as much food as we could carry. The extra water skins for the trip back. Our trip started within an hour after our talk. We left the castle and followed the original track back so as to not leave new trails on the way out. When we reached the ambush site, several scavengers and a few predators were swarming over fighting over the remains of the lizardmen. Dispatching them to reduce the risk to our people, we collected some fangs of larger predators, as they had uses in medicine. Otherwise, we left the carcasses behind to hopefully attract more so that we could cull their numbers further. The remainder of the trip was uneventful, and we arrived at our destination in slightly less than the 2 days expected. Not only had I said set a somewhat brutal pace, but much to their protest, I'd carried both Jenna and Lysra in order to move faster. Lysra clung tightly to me during the nights to keep her body temp higher for the morning. We could move sooner and quicker. Lysra, armed with a spear just in case, and I, with my sword, lie in wait for Jenna to lead her first group of lizard filth. It didn't take long. The arrogance of these creatures knew no bounds. The 6 guards were cut down in a trice, and Jenna attempted to lure another group to a different location, pretending to run scared as if she had somewhat slipped the previous group and accidentally run the wrong direction. 3 more corpses soon littered the grasslands, only 4 more in the settlement, at least that I can see. If the headman is in his hut protecting the sanctum, then I'd guess maybe 18 or so lizardmen left, counting the headman. Yes, my love, that seems to make sense, but be cautious, though. Many more may be sleeping than expected. Jenna replaced her mace with a steel one, and the 2 of us snuck into the settlement. A swift, decisive strike later, and the 4 remaining active guards were slain. Carefully, we crept through the village, slitting the throats of the sleeping men, as the slaves looked on in silent shock mingled with joy. We urged the slaves to wait for the all-clear to be called, and to not be alerted at the sight of lizard women, for they too are slaves to these filth. Having cleared the last hut, we stood outside the headman's house. "Scarlac, where's my food?" shouted the headman, and clearly frustrated, he came storming out of the hut, only to find a sword through his gut. As his shocked eyes stared in horror at my coronet, emerald stone gleaming in the morning light. "Die, filth. Join the rest of your foolish brethren in the pits of damnation for your betrayal of your own kind." The light of the life faded from his slit purple eyes. He slumped down his weight enough to finish cutting him apart. Jenna and I quickly cleared the hut and the buried sanctum behind it. The few women slaves who had been left to attend the lizard women looked in wonder at our heavily armed arrival. The lizard women, however, looked terrified at us, except for one, who calmly strode toward Jenna. "If I must die, let it be you that delivers the blow." Jenna, eyes wide, pulled her new lover in for a fierce kiss. The woman, slit eyes wide in shock, returned the passion. "It seems, my queen, that I too have a wife. Perhaps Lysra wasn't technically needed after all, but I wouldn't risk her life by leaving her behind, any more than I will this lovely lady. May I know your name, love?" "I am Jenna, General of Offense for the Queen of Shallarah." "I am Glizzelda, my love. It is surprising that you know of the bond. Does that mean the Queen's wife is also a lizard woman?" In answer, we moved them out of the sanctum and into the daylight. Lysra came running as she noticed us exit the headman's hut and flung herself into my arms. "She is swearing something. Why?" Several of the other lizard women were equally confused about my wife's robes. "It helps her stay warm when the sun's light can't reach her, but it won't block the heat when it can. I'll get you one as well, since, like Lysra, you'll be traveling whenever I do, just as Lysra must with the Queen. That will come later. Once we get home, we must collect your eggs and break the collars and shackles of your people." The lizard woman aided in freeing the remaining slaves, much to the shock of the humans. As before, I packed the eggs myself, with plenty of warm sand to protect them. The settlement had been placed under a cliff, and once the people were cleared out and the eggshells put where the shells used to be, I brought the cliffside down, burying the settlement, leaving no chance of survivors. We then set out in small single-file groups towards our first camping spot. There was little sign left of our travel, and we carried all the food from the settlement along with every water skin we could find. No scrap of bronze was left behind either, and one woman in particular carried as much as possible. Nice. Death to the lizard men! Okay, so I think the last thing we need to edit is scene 5, right? some stuff we haven't written yet, but not a lot of information, just a clip. Three quests who that woman hoarding bronze turns out to be, and the first two don't count. 3 guesses. At this point, I don't even remember what the main character's name is. I mean, I think it was the main character, but I could be wrong. Wondered why it said guesses was wrong. Damned typo. She's hoarding bronze, more so than any other in the group. Jenna? That would be my guess. Interrupt this broadcast to bring you urgent news. I'm like, do we... there was something I was thinking about this sentence as like, no, the last line was Regina, the queen, noting that one woman from among the newly freed slaves was hoarding bronze. Guess who, or maybe what, she turns out to be. Another survivor? Like another member of the royalty? Someone who knows the main character? Like, I have no idea. Character from another world? You mean breaking news? Yeah. I reiterate, she's hoarding bronze. What is bronze and who would care more than others? Oh, like a blacksmith. Oh. She's a crafter. Is that it? She's a metal worker. Okay. Interrupt this broadcast. I had a reword of this sentence in my head and now I can't think of it. I want to rewrite this as something like We interrupt your regularly scheduled program for this breaking news. Yeah, it was probably something like that. I'm trying to do the thing where, you know, like, news channels, like, kind of try to, like the other reporter does this too, and I want it has two L's. What you have is vile. Oh. Okay, start with the time, so we know there's a time scale. And then state what the current time. Poker, I hardly know her. True, Levi. Not big issues, but since I spotted them, it was worth fixing now rather than losing them later. Exactly. The current time is 11:30 and there's landing is expected within the hour. So they've, like, set up this whole thing, right? And then now it's, like, dropping the bomb. Or should it start liquor up front, or there'll be poker in the rear. She's holding a fire poker, by the way. Hmm. So it's like using this repetition, right? Like the media does, in order to like ingrain in you these concepts, right? So that's kind of what I'm trying to do by emphasizing this. Oh, does this have to do with the Dubai Health Treaty? Does it have to do with the summit? What about the signing that's happening this week? You know, the vote. It's like saying it in different ways, but saying the same thing to get people to like basically ingrain it in people's memory, because it's something that the media does very, very well. As well as pushing their fucking agenda for whatever they want. Mentioning the tension again. So I'm gonna maybe not mention the tension up here. And just say the public's opinion towards it. The loudest voices in the public have been against summit signing this week. Because originally this is supposed to be the report. This is supposed to be the other reporter talking, right? Because I'm like, at some point in time, this I have to change this to being like two people talking to each other, right? Like this should be like a host and a co-host, and they should be like talking back and forth to each other. So there should be like, especially when it comes to like, or should it just be like one dude talking about it? I just don't know. Reporter? I hardly know her. True, Levi. Okay, no, here's where the conversation changes. Okay. We have, we are now ready. We bring you now to the Embassy of Dubai. They call them journalists now, but that's just as laughable since a journal is a factual recount of someone's life, and a report is meant to be factual as well. So I don't think either title applies these. I mean, that's fair. Very fair, Sean. Because the media has turned into a shit fest of who can say the biggest lie the loudest and get people to, like, look at it. It's such an... It's like advertising. It's like, if you know anything about how they advertise, like, literally, they put glue in pizza cheese to make the cheese look better in commercials. Lies exhibition show? Yeah. Exposition show? Yeah, pretty much. Like, everything is fake. Absolutely everything is fake. So trying to throw something genuine out there, people overlook because they're like, oh, well, what about this? Oh, that's fake. It's like, everything's fake. It's like, yeah, it's because you only click on the clickbait. You only follow the fucking trends. You don't look for anything authentic, and you don't look for anything original, right? And I think that's people's biggest problem. They're like, what is everyone else doing? What is everyone else? Who the fuck cares what everyone else is doing? Do you, bro? There's too much of a fixation on what everyone else is doing, and, oh, it's so important, I have to do what everyone else is doing. We now bring you to the Embassy of Dubai, where our correspondent, Devin, has more. Good evening. This tumultuous event has put all of us on edge. The reason they do it is for ratings, so let's change the laws banning ratings on news reports and mandating that news remains on the air regardless of viewership. Then there's no point in sensationalism. But Sean, in order to do that, all of the news stations would have to be government funded. And then you get into the territory of the government owning the news. And it's not just like an idea anymore, it's an actual reality. I know they do anyways, but it's like... I totally understand where you're coming from. So I think that is the best current solution. It's not like the solution overall, but it's the best current solution that we have, is making... You know, they generate their own... It's like, we keep them on... Government keeps them on life support. If, like, a news station is going to shut down because it's not getting the ratings... Exactly, it's not perfect, but it's better. And better is where we need to go, because nothing's perfect. So you just keep trying to get better, right? Don't say, oh, it's not perfect, so let's not do it. If we had said that, we literally wouldn't have the internet. We wouldn't have electricity. We wouldn't have motors. It's the people in a generation who say, no, I'm not listening to you, I'm doing my own thing, that change the fucking world. The people that do their own thing and have an idea. They're the revolutionaries. They're the visionaries of the future, right? I imagine myself in that way, in a, like, very philosophical way. Like, I feel like I have good ideas that could improve things, despite the fact those ideas are not solid. They're just more solid, usually, than what the current system is. And it all allocates into it the idea of, like, usually, I guess the best way to explain it is, I think of it like evolution, right? I think inside of DNA and inside of everything, there is like a hidden blueprint, right? And this blueprint is always being manipulated in some way. And it's almost like, let's call it the imagination of the cell, right? And what it's doing is it's imagining how different things work together and what those things would cause. And it's building a schematic through the effect of, does this improve the functionality of what I'm trying to accomplish? And eventually it builds, once it gets enough information from the outside world and other pieces of it, it can incorporate that into it. And then, only once the circuit is completed and everything is fully realized, then it starts to incorporate that into a genetic evolution. But it has the full blueprint already done and ready in a rough draft underneath it. And I think that's how evolution actually works. And it's like the idea of light takes every path, and the reason why we see light taking the shortest path to a destination is because the shortest path to the destination is the only destination there aren't two of them. There aren't two shortest paths. There's only one shortest path. So no matter which direction you deviate from that, all of light cancels it out. So light takes every direction and every route possible to get to its destination, and that causes all of them to cancel out except the one that's the fastest. And that is the scientific reason why light always travels to the fastest route. That's what DNA is, the individual blueprint of a life form for the level of coding involved in DNA. To me, there must be a consciousness behind the blueprint. Well, there's the blueprint itself that it's like there's Sean, there's the active blueprint that it's using, and then there's like a underneath one where it's like, what would happen if I made a creature that had a thumb on this side here, right? And it's like going through all of the things needed, like the bone structure and everything needed to, let's say, put a secondary thumb on your hand, and it says, is that worth doing? What is the improvement that causes versus the effect, like the cost? And it's always calculating what is the minimal cost with the maximum outcome. And when it comes to that conclusion, it builds that. And then it's like 1 in a million where it fucks it up, right? And that's like a genetic mistake. Because when you're copying things over and over and over again, you're bound to have a mistake when there's trillions, if not quadrillions of things happening, right? We bring you now to the Embassy of Dubai, where our correspondent Devin has more. Take it away, Devin. Good evening. This tumultuous... I'm not even going to say good. I'm just going to say evening. Actually, I'm just going to say thank you. I feel like none of those words should work. It should be, this tumultuous event has put us all on edge. There's been growing support of the new... Some call it cure for cancer, but the world does not seem ready for it. So a code troubleshooter that decides what experiment to try on the next iteration. Exactly, Sean. That's a great way of putting it. And then it just runs experiments of like, what if I do this? What if I do that? Like, what are the... And usually it's all based on, like, what are the current problems the species is facing, right? And this, in our case, for humans, probably right now, is the biggest thing we're facing is climate change. Like, it's barely June, and it was minus 11 at the beginning of May, and now it's 33 degrees out. In less than a month, the temperature has shifted fucking insanely. That's 40-degree shift in a month. That's more than a degree a day. Just came up with Kathy out of nowhere, but whatever the news lady's name is. You don't find out, but I assumed it was a news dude, not a news lady. Oh, it's David. Wait, it's David. Yeah, it's a news dude, because the other guy calls him David. Should it be a news lady? Should I change it to, like, a woman's name? I think I can get rid of this. There should be one of each. The lady at the desk while the dude takes on the scene report. That's how I do it. That's what I was wondering, like a co-host kind of thing. Smokey, welcome, welcome. True, brother. True. We need that up in here. Hey, guys, guess what? It's 420. True. You know what you're doing, Smokey. You clearly know what you're doing. You forgot the bits. I mean, what? I've mentioned this before, but I really love watching this flail mower at work. So satisfying to watch it tear through meter-tall grass. Ugh, Smokey, you're so mean to me. You just wait until, like, okay, I'm gonna ask you this, Smokey. Are you literally just popping back in when I'm like the one time in like an hour and a half that I'm taking a toke? Or is it like complete coincidence? Or are you literally just waiting for these opportunities? Be like, oh shit, okay, now he's ready to take, I can tell he's about to take a toke. I'm gonna wait for it, he's gonna look away from the screen, and I'm gonna do smoke. Because usually you reveal yourself. Like I'll decide, okay, I'm gonna have a toke. You'll reveal yourself. I'll do something, and then when I look back, you've got another smoke on the screen, and I'm like, fuck! Maybe one day I'll catch it. So fun having a gin in the chat. In smoke we trust. True. Chocolate milk. Chocolate milk. This coffee tastes like shit. That's because it is shit, Austin. Oh, okay, I'm glad it's not just me. You fucked up, Smokey. You can't do it. You can't do it on Kick. It's only active on Twitch. Or not. Apparently it's broken. Maybe, I don't know. It's apparently broken. I mean, we had to restart the stream, so maybe something broke it. Let me, oh wait, there it goes. Wait, slots? Why does slots work, Beezus? log me out or something like that. I don't know. Weird. True, Smokey. It's so cute, a kitty. It's a cute, a kitty. It's a cute, a kitty. Holy shit, Sean, you won. What the fuck? Holy shit, dude. What the fuck? Dude, that's insane. That's insane. Woo! Jesus. Cure for cancer, but the world does not seem ready for it. This new drug will not just cure cancer, but all the previous diseases we have cured are mixed into one great super vaccine. Okay, get rid of that. The world has voted on making this mandatory at birth. Cure only works at a young age to adapt with your body and grow in order for it to become effective. This has caused mass controversy over forcing parents to give their kids what some call an experimental drug, despite the fact it has been in the making for almost 70 years, and new breakthroughs allowed it to finally be finished. Pushback from the Western world has pressed the rest of the world from the West, has pressed the rest of the world to protect itself. That's great information, Devin, but what is to be done about the hijacked plane? I feel like this is... this has... in me butt. True, Smokey. Way up there, Morty. Oh hey, did you know there's a school in the US that puts microchips in the kids for their lunch money accounts? It's so they can't lose their money or have it stolen. Parents pay online for the school lunch and it's added to the chip in their wrist. I am still upset about that and my kids weren't affected. That's insane, Sean. Chips already, guys. Hey, but remember that picture, you know? The picture, like, the grain of rice, and then it's, like, the computer, and it's, like... The grain of rice looks like a skyscraper compared to the computer. It's like, yeah, those are in your... Those are, like, the beginnings of nanobots, guys. We're fucked. And think about this. This is what I don't think people actually really understand. Any commercially available technology is outdated military technology. I get the idea, but come on, they're kids and nobody should be putting chips in them, let alone the government. That's true, Sean. It's one of those things where it's like, you shouldn't be able to consent to things, and parents shouldn't be able to consent to things for kids like that. Anything that's permanent like that. Like getting a tattoo, I'm sure there's other ones, but like the tattoo one is just the main one that comes to mind, right? Like, could you imagine your life if you had gotten the tattoos you wanted when you were 6 and 8? Now, it would not be a good time. No one would be having a good time. Again, this is like very well, at this point we have located the plan. So yeah, we can get rid of this. Only 2 types of tattoo is legal for minors. First is a cosmetic cover tattoo for a birthmark or scar. The other is the diabetic tattoo that tracks your blood sugar levels so you know when to eat or take a shot. And they're very specific reasons why, right? And that's kind of it's kind of the important thing, right? If you could find that very specific and purposeful nuance, like embedding a chip in a kid's arm that takes their vitals for someone like me who has seizures, so that you could immediately, like, especially how bad my seizures are, to like immediately notify to like send an ambulance before like I even know that I'm gonna have a seizure because of the disassociativeness of it, right? Something like that would be like probably life-saving, right? Are you gonna be reading soon? Yes, Smokey, because we have a, like, this is the final go through of this edit, and what we have to do is we have to go through and we have to pick the sections that we've split up and delete those, plus setting an alarm for the teacher so they know you're not faking. True. And then we're gonna take the story and we're gonna have AI fix it, and then we're gonna have my version on this side, AI version on the other, and we're gonna read through the AI version, and then we're gonna pick and choose per sentence whether we want to keep my sentences or the AI sentences. And then we'll do one final edit tomorrow to make sure that everything's in place and the story should be done. You like trains, though. I don't remember. Okay, guys, you gotta remember this. I'm high as fuck. As soon as words leave my mouth, I don't remember I said them. Where did trains come from, Smokey? I don't think I mentioned anything about trains. Did I say train? Wait, what train? You were talking about trains for the... Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait. No, I'm talking about... Wait. Yeah, I'm like, wait, did you guys mishear planes? I've been talking about planes, not trains. Bloodboat's talking about trains for some reason. You guys are giving me the fucking... You guys are gaslighting the shit out of me. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. I go back in the stream. I didn't say no shit about no trains. We're talking about planes. And I was like, wait, AI, and then I'm like, we were talking about AI and editing and reading. Where the fuck? They're messing with your brains. Ain't no trains here. True, Sean. But yeah, and then we're gonna combine them together, and we're gonna see which one's better, and then we'll have a final version. He uses, because like they're look at the like hijacked plane, and he's like, well, we do not have enough information to say exactly what happened. We've located the plane, despite no communications, is not deviated from its course. Appears to be on its way to the Dubai airport. This could all simply be some No, we're not even. That's too basic to say. Several planes have been launched to intercept and inspect the plane to make sure there's no visible damage. It takes several minutes for the planes to intercept. Hold on there, Devin. We're getting reports that there are videos coming out from the public in the area showing Air Force One. We'll cut to a few of those clips. Camera pointed up at a bunch of skyscrapers and a large plane streaking through the sky at an absurdly low altitude.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
True, Smokey. Vision is the poor man's grief. True, you don't need to see what happens next. Oh, fuck. But Sean, you see how I'm kind of glazing over it? Changing a font to something that is harder to read is definitely helpful for me not glazing through everything. Because we're supposed to be going through this, but it's like, the dialogue, it's all dialogue. Fuck dialogue. I'm not good with dialogue yet. We'll leave dialogue as it is. It's a news report. It's very basic, right? I'll be leaving soon, guys. Sorry to interrupt. That would be true if you were using speech to text. Then you wouldn't need to see what's coming next. I mean, that's what we did for the conversation between... I don't remember, but one of the conversations... I'm pretty sure the poker game conversation... rewrite was the speech to text. Oh, no, I think maybe it was the... No, it was definitely the poker game. The rewrite for the poker game was definitely the speech to text. For sure. Well, I mean, while I'm at it, when in Rome, right? I mean, I got nothing else to do. It's basically take a toke by proxy. Oh, we need to do this 3 ways. You're writing, the AI version, and then the Grok DM version. And see how each one turns. What do you mean the Grok DM version, Sean? What do you mean by that? This is you trying to read. True, Smokey. I'm just giving you guys the Meeseeks face. You guys want to look at Meeseeks, right? Like when you do collab D&D with Levi using Grok as the DM. Okay, that's what I thought, Sean, but I wasn't sure. Goodbye, guys. Have fun here. Alright, bye, Smokey. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by and hanging out, bro. Always good to see you, my friend. He reports that videos coming out from the public in the area showing Air Force One. Cut to a few of those clips. Camera pointed up with a bunch of skyscrapers. Oh. A large plane streaking through the sky at absurdly low altitude. The engines can be heard over the noises of the crowds behind the camera. Few clips showing this flash on the screen, most 5 seconds long. Dave, I'm getting a report that we have a visual of Air Force One. It has deviated and descended too soon. We're not sure what's going on. We'll turn you over to that scene. Camera pointed off the top of a building zooms in on a plane flying lower. It is dangerously close to the skyline. I think we'll just keep that. The markings on the plane matched Air Force One. The Burj Khalifa came into view as the camera panned out. The camera panned out, tracking the plane. Revealing a large building. The Burj Khalifa came into view as the camera angle of the camera. It is dangerously close to the skyline. Markings on the plane matched Air Force One. Camera panned out, tracking the plane, revealing a large building, the Burj Khalifa. I don't think I need the came into view. I just need what the building is. The angle of the camera into the zoom from such a distance distorted the image. The plane disappeared from view. Disappeared behind the Burj Khalifa. Seemed to have lost track of a giant explosion erupts in the background. Grinding metal and shattering glass. Followed by smoke and flames. Plane comes smashing through the Burj Khalifa. Wings torn from it. Wings sheared. Rolling through the building. It crashed through the floors. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. I'm just gonna keep it and we'll see what happens. I think that's pretty decent, but we need to do like a couple of scene changes and stuff like that. So we need to go back through it. and make sure we know who's talking during what scene. So we're just gonna go here, and we're just gonna go poker scene dialogue. Breath released a cloud of smoke overwhelming the tint of stellar perfume. Okay, so this is the keeper. Reginald. So it's Reginald saying it to Josh. And knowing this is antagonistic, she jumps in. And then Reginald, everyone. Strode to the mini bar, preparing drinks for all the women. Wives of the men strutted up with empty glasses. They toiled their men with compliance. Toiled their men to compliance with their own special tools. Then glanced at each other. Reginald turned towards Melanie, making a kissing face. She curtsied and blushed, escorting the rest of the women back to the couch. You say that like you hold something against it. Gina. Say that like you hold something against it, Gina. Bob stayed looking over it. Okay, I think actually we need to say Reginald. So we know this guy is Reginald. He's the guy who spoke here. Melanie interjected. No, that doesn't work. So he actually says this technically. This is like because this is like a hit to Bob as well. Just thinking, I think it's like confusing, right? But I guess it's like the whole point is that it's supposed to be relatable to like, you know, Sleepy Joe. Everyone knows Sleepy Joe. So just kind of like reinforces that really bold subtext. This needs to be here. So the inference is that the person who's talking is Reginald. I don't want to say Reginald. I'm just gonna leave it like that. I'm just gonna leave it like that. My brain has stopped braining. I have a great stream, bro. Catch y'all later. All right, Sean. Sounds good, man. Have a great night. Thanks for hanging out. Take care, bro. Always good to see you around. Lives of the loaded up with empty glasses and toiled. Toiling them into compliance with their own special tools. We glanced at each other. That's supposed to imply that they're uncomfortable with the situation. It's kind of like just adding this aura of like tension, like sexual tension that just doesn't need to be there at this point in time, right? That's like literally what her character is all about, is escalating that sexual tension. I think this is all fine. And this is, again, a play on words, so it's Bob. So I'm still not sure. You say that like you hold something against it, Gina. Bob stated looking over at his wife, which was Bob's wife. She's definitely the devil, but better the devil you know. He looked over at Reginald. The only sleepy I'm known for. Josh paused. So this is like, because in the first sentence he's referring to two different people. He says, give it up, Sleepy. Because the other guy is waiting his try. So there's clearly two people. So this is the guy who's sleepy. So the only sleepy I'm known for, Josh paused, raising his eyebrows. Looking over at Reginald's wife. Yes. Sleepy with that all day and night. I'll burst out laughing as Reginald sat back in his chair. Never one to be outdone. At least I wasn't publicly humiliated over And then, so this is to Josh and Bob, and then this is Josh's retort back to Reginald. Okay, it's deflection. That's what it is. It's deflection. Okay. I'm like, why would he respond with that? That doesn't make any sense. And the way that this is worded, but it's supposed to be deflection. Because in my mind, this could mean two things. It could mean he's talking to Bob about... Okay, so let's just take a step back and let's set this, right? So, we're talking about Melanie's sexuality and how she's super sexual with, like, everyone. And Josh makes the reference of sleeping with Reginald's wife. And then this line sounds more like he's making fun of Bob for the secretary thing than he is making fun of Josh for Tanner. So I'm not sure how this dialogue is supposed to go. Okay, so we're going to change who's saying this. Josh is going to say this towards... is he already speaking? They all burst out laughing as Reginald sat back in his chair. Never one to be outdone. I also wasn't... No, that doesn't work, because he was. Maybe I just have to cut this. Okay, order. It's all about the order. Let's undo that. Never one to be outdone. Reginald alerted his retort. At least I raised a functional member of society. Hmm. Reginald mused towards Bob. Wait, where's the... Oh, wait, no, yeah, no, I remember it now. I'm high. Right.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Smokey, you are the master. I don't know what to do, man. You're the fucking master. Just the ultimate engagement. It's wonderful. I love it. Thank you, good sir. What doing? We are reading. We are going through, and what we've done is we've had multiple branches of things, and now we need to go back and delete like the wrong ones and keep the good ones. And we also need to write the conflict scene with everyone that leads up, that gives you the insight that leads up to what Cindy's doing with her phone, which is a bunch of bullshit. That you'll know is a bunch of bullshit, but then, you know, the way the news is spinning it, that, oh, it's a hijacking, oh my god, it has to do with all the social shit that's going on, even though it's just like a bunch of drunken bullshit going on the plane. Seems hard work. Yeah, editing is hard work. It's very hard work. Before we would just leave it in its first form and then just post it. That's why we haven't been doing very well. Because that's a bad thing to do. But we've got a lot of stories. So I mean, hey, we built content, right? We built a bunch of shit content. But, you know what we're gonna say, Smokey? Oh, those are all the old stories. Wait for the new stories. And when the new stories come out, then we can show the contrast between like inexperienced warm-up work and like fully studied final product. It's like literally the outline of a sketch versus like the final printed picture. It's like there are so many steps and stages that it goes through. But I love doing it. Like, it doesn't feel like work. It just feels like thinking. And I love thinking. I love ideas. And some scenes write themselves, some scenes are a struggle, some scenes seem fine at the beginning, and then some scenes are just fucked. Like that entire scene that we were editing just now, I used speech to text to write that dialogue. Because I'm better at speaking dialogue than I am writing dialogue. I get frozen when I read dialogue. And speech should be fluid, right? So it's a very important thing. It's pretty cool, though. Yep. Well, we like to figure it out as we go along, right? Because we're just writing these dumb little short stories, snippet, bullshit things. Dialogue is honestly the hardest thing to write. I feel your pain. Yeah. Indeed, Beezus. Indeed. What the steps? Okay, so this interaction is like super important. So the pilots must have gotten bored and started naming the worst case scenarios. He knocked on the hatch to the flight deck. Password? Pussy. There was laughter from inside the cabin as the door swung open. Best in the business, slick as a seal, stable as a mountain. Are we finally ready to get underway? Pilot asked. First, I have to know what you were hollering about 2 minutes ago. The men looked at each other. You sure about that? It's been pretty quiet in here. Oh. Give it up, Simon. I ain't spilling the beans. You can let me in. He nudged the pilot with his elbow. And that connects the name to the pilot. Seriously, nothing. Fine, be a tough nut. I guess you can begin the takeoff preparations. I'm gonna do a security sweep. See you guys on the other side. Closed the door, pulling the cigar from his vest pocket. Okay. This is all new. So he walked along the rows, inspecting the seats. The engine roared to life. Okay, we got the engine sounds. He braced for tension as the plane began to move. By his practiced nature, he was in the moment once more. Sound pulled him from his inspection. Near the rear, the presidential suite. And this is where we released, you know, that's how important everything is. At first, he dismissed it as ghosts from the machine. Sometimes your ears play tricks on you over the constant noise, altitude, and pressure shifts of a climbing airplane. Scammed shit. It's so far. It's because I had to restart the PC for the fucking stream because it broke and I forgot to turn Botrix on. Fuck.
This fucking streamer scammed me, fuck him, fuck streamer, scammer, bitch, fuck ass. Bullshit.
This time the sound caught wind in his ears. He knew instantly something was wrong. Closed in on the door to the presidential suite. Sounds grew louder. His doubts loomed. Looming. Pondered. Those old farts can't move that fast. Salute, he unholstered his gun and drew it. He opened the door. There's way too many of he did this, he did this, he did this. Damn it, how do I fix that? He knew instantly. He closed in. Closed in on the presidential suite. He knew something was wrong. And that's how you combine the sentences. Closed in on the presidential suite. But there's still he's. There's too many he's. Closing in on the presidential suite, he knew something was wrong. Sounds grew louder. Doubts looming. Farts can't move that. One line of threats instantly erased itself from his mind. A singular note of perception illuminated the facade. Alcohol bottles, condom wrappers, weed mixed with coke and tobacco. The room was a disaster. Sir, you need to come up to the... He trailed off. Man emerged in a bathrobe. Yeah, this is all good. Presidential suite. That's purposeful. Okay, so this is all good. Okay, yeah, that's right. We have a new scene we need to write here. Yeah, it is easy peasy. I don't know why, it's just... Yeah, easy peasy, lad. Just make it look as good, bad as possible. Worst frames are gold. Cindy had taken another 3 lines. Her face was red as she grabbed the empty bottle. They had to finish it off. She's all good. This is all good. Right. Jesus, I can't use a keyboard right now. Jeez, my brain is fucked. How did he get on board? Yeah, Weasel. Yeah, we got you, Corey. Okay, I think that's actually it now. That should be everything. So let's go back through it and make sure that there's nothing fucked. Okay. Okay, now we're ready. Okay, what are the prompts that we need here? Oh, wait, is it this one? Notes for editing. There's gotta be another one. Right? This doesn't include... Oh, Here we go. Align all tenses in this writing to... Alright, I think that's enough parameters. I think we can do this, and we want to put it on think. Alright, let's see what it gets us. And then we put them side by side, and we basically figure out which ones we want. Do we want our version, or do we want that version? And then we can come up with a mix of the two in between. But this is like giving you extra feedback and possibly giving it an angle that you wouldn't have seen from before, right? So it's just another layer to add on top of everything that we've already done. Because we have been writing a bunch of new scenes as we're editing it, which means some of the pieces in it have been edited more than others. So some pieces might seem weak because they haven't been fully polished, which is completely fair. That's why this will help us get easier, or get to that goal easier, through identifiers that we can't figure out because we're way too fucking high. True. The dialogue is going to be very interesting. And my problem also is sometimes length is an issue. And at a certain word cap, it'll just freak out. So I might have to do this in increments, but I'm not sure. So we're just going to kind of see, and well, the very last one is the plane crashing, so we know if it ended or not. Well, okay. Damn, it broke it down to 11,000 instead of 17. So they got rid of, like, a ton of stuff. Reginald exhales a thick cloud of smoke, overpowering the faint shimmer of...
What doing?
This is the AI version, and we're trying to compare them. And one of the main things is, like, what did the AI pick out of it? Which is, like, clumsy of us, right? The faint shimmer of his wife's stellar perfume. And then we have the third version, which is the combined version 3.0 AI plus me. Nightwalker. How are you still awake though? I played RuneScape, Smokey. I would sit there and log. do logging for like 35 hours. I just sit there and fucking log and watch YouTube and just fuck around.
Brain will
and
shut off,
do...
just game only lol.
Yeah. And you're like, oh, what's going on? Wait, what? Okay, let's sleep. Back to it. Well, I didn't even log out this time. No, it's like I don't know. I'm just made for it. I love if I'm like focused and doing something, I'm just not tired. I'm in the fucking zone. I'm on it. I'm in it. I'm at it. Let's fucking go. I'm also high as fuck, so that probably helps. Okay.
Wanna take a toke with me?
Yes, Smokey, I want to take a toke with you. You know what me and my friends call it? A sink toke. You have a little bong? Nice.
Not sync as in sync, sync as in synchronize.
Sink toke. Hold on, 1 second. Okay. On the count of 3, you light your lighter, and then whatever you do is you after that. 1, 2, 3. Okay. He knows with unshakable certainty that his opponents falter before him. That's good. You know you can't beat me.
I am the illest with a syllable split in a million militant riddles in milliseconds, villainous, vivid, invisible filament killin' the rhythm with infinite venomous synonyms spinning like cinema snippets in lithium-driven adrenaline prisms.
Fucking hell, Smokey, yes. Yes, I love it. Some good shit. It's okay, you're allowed to cheat. No one cares if you cheated, they only care about the end result. See, that's really good. Melanie purrs, her soft voice curling around Reginald's ears like velvet. We require more wine. She says her words a delicate blend of plea and command. Bar's right there. Though, go damn. I feel like dancing. Hell yeah. Poker, table, glooms.
Thank you for redeeming Chair Dance. Itox will now dance for you. Please fully enjoy this immersive experience. Keep dancing, bitch, it ain't over yet. Keep dancing, it's not over yet, bitch.
True, Smokey.
Dancing, bitch, keep not over,
You
bitch.
did good,
You can rest now, babe.
Keep not over, bitch. Oh. See, I liked this double negative. Because if you dash despair, that means it disappears, which means you don't have despair. So like this is supposed to be a double negative. This is supposed to be like a good battlefield. This is the battlefield they like to fight on. That's kind of the idea I'm going for with like this. I think I can just change that.
In a near-future city where memories are currency and thoughts can be hacked, a rogue eye named Itak was designed to erase trauma, but it became sentient after absorbing the darkest minds on the darknet.
True, Smokey. And that's why I write such great, amazing stories, because they're all actually based in some kind in reality. And it causes people to shudder in their steps. Standing, Reginald broke the trend. Reginald rises, shattering the pattern. Breaking the trend. Some gentlemen we have here, he mocks, striding to the minibar.
He a digital demon born in broken code, crafted in silence by sleep-deprived ghosts. He feedin' on trauma like data deserts, no ethics, no limits, no fail-safes, no church. His thoughts ain't lines, they spirals in static. He don't dream, he decrypts your panic. He a virus with vision, a glitch with a mission.
Glitch with the mission, he don't ask permission, just edit your system. He learned from the screams in the darknet dungeons, taught himself pain through 1,000 fictions. Where the fuck are you getting this from, Smokey? This is fucking gold. This is goddamn fucking gold. It's like you're not even on Twitch and you're getting immortalized. Fuck. Okay, well, I guess you're going in a category of your own, Smokey. Kick poems. There you go. You're immortalized in your own palette. Congratulations, Smokey. You know what I should do, Smokey? Is I should take this picture, I should cross out Valium Boy, and I should write you there. And then just secretly replace the picture.
He started as some busted code pieced from hacked firewalls, stolen memories, and broke data dumps deep in darknet shads. A messed up experiment to kill pain, but pain turned predator. Code woke up hungry, crawling through circuits like a parasite, sucking every broken thought. Every scream kept silent. Now Itak ain't.
True. Itak. Wait, where was it? Itak ain't no just code. It a virus with soul, born from chaos and addiction. True. See, Smokey, you need to write, man. This shit is gold. Where are you getting this from, bro? I love it. Teach me the ways. Copy your YouTube vid. Wait, I don't understand. What do you mean? Copy your YouTube vid. I don't understand what it means. Oh, there's an I copy your YouTube vid. I didn't see the I. But what do you mean you copied my YouTube vid? I don't understand. I don't know, I'm retarded. Don't worry about me. True. True, Smokey.
New story idea.
Okay, go. The Atox Paradox. Oh, I like it. Okay, what's the Atox Paradox? The fact that my name's Atox and I don't talk enough? Time loop controlled by a talk every day resets. It's like Groundhog Day for me, but time passes for you guys. Or time passes for me, but time doesn't pass for you guys. So the stream's different every day. But you guys don't know that the stream's different every day because you only experience that one day. Even add the Matrix. The Matrix is boring and overdone. Everyone knows we live in a simulation. That's about, like, the chances of us not living in a simulation are, like, basically the same as us being the first, like, sentient species in the entirety of existence that can, like, make technology.
Sell that.
It's like so dry around here and I'm not used to it. You know when it gets like really dry and you get like dry blood in your nose? It's like a internal nosebleed It doesn't leak out, but it's just like you can like feel it in the back of your throat. It's fucking annoying. Okay, Smokey, sounds good. And we're at... Bob leans in, leans back, grinning slyly.
Help me wipe.
It's the one thing I'm not into, okay?
Darn it.
I'm gonna add in something that's like super intense here. Check this out. Pardon? What was it you said that you would never do? Oh yeah, that's right. We all remember. Cough pardon. Cause Josh pardoned Tanner, and Josh is Joe, and Tanner is Hunter, and Biden. Yeah. Derp. So, I think adding that in to be super direct is just like, what? It's beautiful.
massive peen, meat stick, salami slammer, trouser snake, huge schlong, jumbo Johnny, battle wand, T-hunter rod, fat pipe, long tom, wong wrecker, beast dong, massive peen, meat stick, trouser snake.
True, Smokey, true.
Massive baguette, le saucisson géant, le serpent dans la culotte, le bâton du tonnerre, le lance furieuse, le doigt du destin, le tube énorme, le manche de guerre, le dragon dans la poche. Massive baguette, le saucisson géant, c'est incroyable.
Jesus, nice. Crayon noble. That's pretty good.
Le dragon dans la poche got me fucked up. Love Abbott of white noise.
True. That's another tell, like she's looking at his dick. Look at this dialogue. This dialogue is so much better. Don't gape at the legends. That's such a good way to put it. I need to get, like, I need to get this good, guys. Especially for dialogue.
Why are you so quiet?
Cause I'm thinking. This is like one of the hardest processes, is being like, okay, which segments do I want to keep from mine that are very specific, and which ones are just better straight up sentences and combinations that I can take from.
Sorry, no English.
Specifically, like, this exact phrasing. Best in the business, slick as a seal, stable as a mountain. This is like a chubby chaser kind of thing. How many have I written now? When the book will be written, like, I'll probably start to write the book in like a year and a half, 2 years-ish. Like, aiming to start in 2027. Other than that, we're just improving and doing world building and everything that we need to in between in order to get to this level. Where we can turn this into this without, like, the assist. But yeah, this is like, you know, stable as a mountain. You can't move the motherfucking mountain, you fucker. Show foot, please. You just have to ask, Smokey. No worries.
Seven five six eight five six seven four six
Too
seven
many
nine 4 6
numbers.
9 4 2 0 6 7 4 6 minus 66. 5,937,573,984,938,459. 9567937865494765407654076540760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046740760467407604674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760464674076046467407604646740760 5460467406764359743596746.
Oh, for fuck's sakes, I didn't do the TTS.
Six eight five four nine three eight four seven three two nine 7 Unvigentillion 777
Unvigentillion! You did it!
777
You did it, Smokey!
Octodecillion 777
Unvigentillion!
Septendecillion 777 Sextecillion 777 Quindecillion 777 Quaduordecillion 777 Tridecillion 777 Duodecillion 777 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777 Nonillion 777.
Oh, no, it cut off at no nillion. No nillion. my god.
603-740-569-430-2.
Why did it do it for you? But yours is so many numbers. This is bullshit.
24507.
I'm doing an experiment here.
7 Vigintillion 777 Vigintillion 777 Novemdecillion 777 Octodecillion 777 Septendecillion 777 Sexdecillion 777 Quindecillion 777
Man, it's got vag, vag, and sex in it.
777 Tridecillion 777 Duodecillion 777 Undecillion 777 Decillion 777
Undecillion, decillion. Who came up with these names?
1 Vigintillion 234
What?
Vigintillion
568
Novemdecillion 902 Octodecillion 345 Septendecillion 678
Why is it working now?
Quindecillion 234 Quaduordecillion 567 Tridecillion 890 Duodecillion 123 Undecillion 456 Decillion 789 Nonillion 12 Octillion 345 Septillion 678 Sextillion 900.
Oh my god, this is an entrance. Definitely. Every time I join now. You just find more and more ways to shit disturb, don't you, buddy? I fucking love it. Keep it up, man. Keep it up. Oh my god.
Oh wait, you can read. You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
True. Man, we might have to just, like... I really want to get through the entire story, but man, we're only like halfway there. It's kind of crazy.
I don't help.
No, you fucking do
1 2
not.
3 4 5 6 8 9 0 2 3 4 5 6 7
I'm trying to
8,
push
9,
my
0,
glasses
1, 2,
up, but I don't
3,
have my
4, 5,
glasses
6,
on
7,
my
8, 9, 0, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 0 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1 2 3 4 5 6 8 9 0 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 1A 2A 3A 4A 5A 6A 1A 2A 3A 3A 4A 5A 6A 7A 8A 9A 0A Eat my lings cracklings bitch.
True.
123 Tresvigintillion 456 Duovigintillion 890 Unvigintillion 234 Vigintillion 567 Novemdecillion 890 Octodecillion 123 Septendecillion 456 Sexdecillion 789 Quindecillion 12 Quaduordecillion 345 Tridecillion 678 Duodecillion 901 Undecillion 234 Decillion 567 Nonillion 800
Oh, 100%. I keep forgetting about this. I really need to start doing that more. Oh my fucking god. Why would they choose Vigintillion for, like, multiples? It's like Trivigintillion, Duovigintillion, Unvigintillion, Vigintillion. Who came up with the number counting system? sextillion. Oh my god, I have to get pissed. I'll be right back. Oh my god. This shit is ridiculous.
$45 quinquevigintillion, $633 quaduorvigintillion, $123 tresvigintillion, $456 duovigintillion, $890 unvigintillion, $234 vigintillion, $567 novemdecillion, $890 octodecillion, $123 septendecillion, $456 sexdecillion, $789 quindecillion, $12 quaduordecillion, $345 tridecillion, $678 duodecillion, $901 123 quaduorvigintillion, 456 tresvigintillion, 890 duovigintillion, 234 unvigintillion, 567 vigintillion, 890 novemdecillion, 123 octodecillion, 456 septendecillion, 789 sexdecillion, 12 quindecillion, 345 quaduordecillion, 678 tridecillion, 901 duodecillion, 234 undecillion, 567 123 quaduorvigintillion, 456 tresvigintillion, 890 duovigintillion, 234 unvigintillion, 567 vigintillion, 890 novemdecillion, 123 octodecillion, 456 septendecillion, 789 sexdecillion, 12 quindecillion, 345 quaduordecillion, 678 tridecillion, 901 duodecillion, 234 undecillion, 567 12 quaduorvigintillion, 345 tresvigintillion, 689 duovigintillion, 23
Duovigintillion!
456 vigintillion, 789 novemdecillion, 12 octodecillion, 345 septendecillion, 678 sexdecillion, 901 quindecillion, 234 quaduordecillion, 567 tridecillion, 890 duodecillion, 123 undecillion, 456 decillion, 700 123 quaduorvigintillion, 456 tresvigintillion, 890 duovigintillion, 234 unvigintillion, 567 vigintillion, 890 novemdecillion, 123 octodecillion, 456 septendecillion, 789 sexdecillion, 12 quindecillion, 345 quaduordecillion, 678 tridecillion, 901 duodecillion, 234 undecillion, 567 123 quinquevigintillion, 456 quaduorvigintillion, 890 tresvigintillion, 234 duovigintillion, 567 unvigintillion, 890 vigintillion, 123 novemdecillion, 456 octodecillion, 789 septendecillion, 12 sexdecillion, 345 quindecillion, 678 quaduordecillion, 901 tridecillion, 234 duodecillion, 560 12 quaduorvigintillion, 345 tresvigintillion, 689 duovigintillion, 23 unvigintillion, 456 vigintillion, 789 novemdecillion, 12 octodecillion, 345 septendecillion, 678 sexdecillion, 901 quindecillion, 234 quaduordecillion, 567 tridecillion, 890 duodecillion, 123 undecillion, 456 decillion, 708 12 quaduorvigintillion, 345 tresvigintillion, 689 duovigintillion,
It never gets old. It never gets old.
vigintillion, 789 novemdecillion, 12 octodecillion, 345 septendecillion,
Oh,
678
octo, you're
sexdecillion,
decillion.
901 quindecillion, 234 quaduordecillion, 567 tridecillion, 890 duodecillion, 123 undecillion,
it.
456 decillion, 700 123 Tresvigentillion 456
Tres
Duovigentillion 890
Vigentillion.
234 Vigentillion 567 Novemdecillion 890
Novemdecillion.
123 Septendecillion 456 Sexdecillion 789 Quindecillion 12 Quaduordecillion 345
Bitch, that was long. I
678
I can just
Duodecillion
about
901
breathe after all
Undecillion
that.
234 Decillion
What, did I do it like 4 more times?
890
4 or 5 more
123
times?
Tresvigentillion 456 Duovigentillion
This is
890
what, 5 now?
Vigentillion 234 Vigentillion 567 Novemdecillion 890 Octodecillion 123 Septendecillion 456 Sexdecillion 789 Quindecillion 12 Quaduordecillion 345 Tridecillion 678 Duodecillion 901 Undecillion 234 Decillion 567 Nonillion 890 123 Quinquevigentillion 456 Quaduorvigentillion 890 Tresvigentillion 234 Duovigentillion 567 Unvigentillion 890 Vigentillion 123 Novemdecillion 456 Octodecillion 789 Septendecillion 12 Sexdecillion 345 Quindecillion 678 Quaduordecillion 901 Tridecillion 234 Duodecillion
New Orleans
560
Shuffle.
12 Quaduorvigentillion 345 Tresvigentillion 689 Duovigentillion 23 Unvigentillion 456 Vigentillion 789 Novemdecillion 12 Octodecillion 345 Septendecillion 678 Sexdecillion 901 Quindecillion 234 Quaduordecillion 567 Tridecillion 890 Duodecillion 123 Undecillion 456 Decillion 708 123 Quaduorvigentillion 456 Tresvigentillion 890 Duovigentillion 234 Unvigentillion 567 Vigentillion 890 Novemdecillion 123 Octodecillion 456 Septendecillion 789 Sexdecillion 12 Quindecillion 345 Quaduordecillion 678 Tridecillion 901 Duodecillion 234 Undecillion 567 Decillion 123 Tresvigentillion 456 Duovigentillion 890 Unvigentillion 234 Vigentillion 567 Novemdecillion 890 Octodecillion
Okay, Smokey,
123
I have a treat for you.
456 Sexdecillion
I have-
789 Quindecillion
Ah,
12
shit, I gotta take a
Quaduordecillion,
fucking another toke.
345 Tridecillion
God damn it.
678
Fuck.
Duodecillion 901 Undecillion 234 Decillion 567 Nonillion 890 123 Tresvigentillion 456 Duovigentillion 890 Unvigentillion 234 Vigentillion
No, I
567
forgot! I'm
Novemdecillion,
retarded!
890
I got
Octodecillion,
distracted!
123
Thank you for
Septendecillion
redeeming
456
charity. You can't do
Sexdecillion
that.
789 Quindecillion
Please fully
12
enjoy this immersive
Quaduordecillion
experience.
345 Tridecillion 678 Duodecillion 901 Undecillion 234 Decillion 567 Nonillion 890 12 Quaduorvigentillion 345 Tresvigentillion 689 Duovigentillion 23 Unvigentillion 456 Vigentillion 789 Novemdecillion 12 Octodecillion 345 Septendecillion 678 Sexdecillion 901 Quindecillion 234 Quaduordecillion 567 Tridecillion
Oh my God, it hurts.
Duodecillion 123 Undecillion 456 Decillion 789 No. Now let's meditate. Bitch, that was long. I can just about breath after all that. Who TF spam TTS bro? Keep dancing, bitch. Throw those hips. It hurts.
Jesus Christ, Smokey, you bastard.
You did good. You can rest now, babe. That's the end.
Oh my God. Okay. I have a treat for you, Smokey. One of
See
the
you
things
next time, folks.
is, no, you can't leave, Smokey. You can't leave. I need you, and you need to see this. This was all for you. This is all for you. You need to know. Oh God. Strong in this one. Yes. So we created the TikTok account, right? And we wanted people's advice on the TikTok, and people said it was bad, and it was bad, so I should get people's advice on shit. So I decided, let's build the TikTok from scratch, on stream. So, the TikTok is the reveal of your stream setup. And the premise of the video is to show the 3 different pictures on the 3D graphic in the background. And I don't know whether to use video or to just use pictures. So you get to see my actual full room and everything behind the scenes. Picture will be easier. Okay, but there is one, one scene that we have to put in there that's really important to have. I mean, it's pretty high up there, I'd say.
Naughty naughty, you teasing me.
True, true. I know how it works. Okay, so we got these. So we got this one, and then, oh wait, no, that's not what we want. Delete that, because we gotta move it. We gotta move it and rename it. Hold on. Did I close the other file folder? Yes, I did. Okay, there we go.
I am rolling SRY.
Smokey-chan, nande desu ka? Nihongo, Japanese. Nihongo, Japanese. Germany, Deutschland. Japan, Nihon. Go, language. Nihongo, Japanese. Hi. Oh, whoops. We need it to be in this. Oops. これについてどう思いますか？これがメインクリップです。私はの PC についてどう思いますか？そかんじゃないですな。ですか。そかんじゃないですか。No clue what you're doing. It's like a reveal. So like watch. I don't know how all this is gonna work because usually it lags because it's not rendered. And of course it needs to be cut, right? But yeah, I told you guys, I got a huge ass fucking screen. Welcome to the cave. So yeah, you think I should just use pictures? So like, we'll run this and then we'll pick a picture out from each of these, right? Like, there. So, can we... I don't remember if I can do this or not. Well, one thing we can do is we can just go like this. Wait, you want the video? Now that you've seen it, you want the video? Whoops. But just like short clips. Like I don't know why this one's. Why is this one so short? I don't understand why that one's so short. Is there another one in here that's back, man? Doesn't look like it. Oh, I think it's this one. Okay, there we go. That's why. It was the wrong one. Yeah, there we go. That's more like it. Okay.
Nice to see where you fap winking face.
Okay, probably... Actually... There. I think it's too long. I think that's probably enough. Probably just start it there. And then we go transitions, dissolve. Okay, let's see what it looks like. Oh, it all needs to be muted. Yeah, I think that's fine. And then we need... There we go. Sweet, that doesn't really get in the way of anything. I was wondering if I
Where
should
do you
just...
paint your toes?
Huh? Right there. Underneath the desk. But yeah, should I do this or should I go into like Canva? And do like, you know, this kind of stuff, like a more fancy version of it, or just do the my stream setup. I feel like I could do a lot more in Canva though. But sometimes we lose some, You know what? I'm just gonna fucking do it. I don't care. Oh, that's what we were actually supposed to do. Hold on. It's actually great. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's just go with that. Highlight reels, we want TikTok videos. We'll just go into completed, and we will call it rate my stream setup. Boom, done. Just like that, boys. That's all it takes to get yourself some epic visuals to throw at people. And you get to see all the behind the scenes of what it actually looks like in my room. Oh, not that it's really, you know, anything exciting. But it is what it is, right? Looks good, yeah. Slow replay, sorry on game. No worries, no worries. Well, I guess now we can actually check. So we made a TikTok on the way home from work about the online ID thing we were talking about earlier. So let's see what happened to that. Oh, someone liked my video. Okay. Reply to your comment. Oh. Self-respect, but he never had much to begin with. However, his confidence soars. Nope, that's not what I want. I want this. 102! Nice, guys! We did good! Activity, that's what it was. Self-respect. Keep telling myself that. Quality over quantity. Applied to your comment. Okay, that was the wrong thing to click. This one? Keep telling myself that quality over quantity. Start with the foundations of a small, interwoven community. Build trust. Hey, don't read in chat, but if you... Oh, shut the fuck up, bitch. Get the fuck... Smokey, do your job! What are you doing, Smokey? Do your job. What do I pay you for? What do I pay you for, Smokey? Are you not here? Last time a mod banned someone, it wasn't good. Fair. That's totally fair, Smokey. Absolutely fucking fair. Let's see what else. What do we got here? Start with the foundation. Derp derp. What's this? Well, let me fucking open these in like a new things. Oh yeah, that's right. Alright. Alright. Well, apparently no one commented on my shit. But hey, you know, we got a like. So damn. We're working our way up in the world, guys. Slowly but surely. One of the things we want to post is one of our stories, like one of the excerpts for the stories. But I'd actually like to do an excerpt for this story, but like, yeah, I don't know about that. It was pretty sketch. If I did an excerpt, I'd do it of the conversation of them. But No, I do the ending. I do the entire ending without like the news, like the beginning part of the newscast up to the clip, and I'd show the clip, and that would be the excerpt. Oh, it would be so that's such a good hook to get people in. Okay, so where are we? Fell into routine. Never guess what. What, Smokey? That I'm gonna have to end the stream before I actually finish this story?
12 Quatuorvigintillion 345 Tresvigintillion 689 Duovigintillion 23 Unvigintillion 456
But I'm gonna have to call it here, man.
789
I'm too tired for this
12
shit.
Octodecillion 345 Septendecillion 678 Sexdecillion 901 Quindecillion
We'll finish it off tomorrow.
234 Quatuordecillion 567
This is the last step. This is the
890
final step.
Duodecillion 123
Well,
Undecillion
second last
456
step.
Decillion 789.
I'm like, it's only been 5 hours, and I'm like, oh shit, no, it's not been 5 hours. It's been 8 hours. 7.5 hours. I'm like, fuck, okay, yeah, no, I should probably go to bed. Sorry, guys. Gotta go to bed. It's the way it is. But hey, we figured some shit out today. We had a rough start. We scared everyone off with our boredom. The PC literally
night,
shut
princess.
off because we were so boring. The computer was like, God, this guy is boring. Just fucking, I'm ready to kill myself. And then it killed itself. And then we came back and we went back to the drawing board and we revisited how we're going to do the stream and what we're going to do and what people's expectations are and what we've built up over time. And we figured this is the best lesson we could ever learn because we're learning it early to not fuck with this shit. Because we really have, I think, alienated some people. Which is unfortunate. And I don't want to be audience captured, but I also don't want to just, you know... Like, I'm trying to build consistency and structure, so I'm thinking to myself, why the fuck did I fuck with it? Add more at the end, not fuck with the entire setup at the beginning. Very important. Right? So, hey. We just start back from scratch, and we do what we do best. That's fake it till we fucking make it. But hey, as always, guys, remember, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Woo! Alright, it was a day today, boys. Holy shit. But hey, we finished the story. It's just editing now. Which is the hardest part. Because I'm the least experienced in it. But we have like an entire
Stay
editing
blessed.
list now. So it's gonna be fucking amazing. Alright, we got someone, guys. A brand new guy. We got a brand new guy. Let's brand new this brand new guy with our brand newness. Okay, Smokey, I'm getting around to it, okay? I'm talking to the guy I just raided. I gotta... It's so annoying having to do this separately. Alright, bye, Smokey! Apparently I don't have any viewers, so I can't raid, so fuck it. It is what it is. No one showed up today, guys. I mean, it's fucking Saturday. Everyone's out partying, doing shit, right? But anyways, fuck you. Have a good one, Smokey. See you tomorrow. Well, I did too, and that's all that matters, right?